Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day. Happy Saturday. We are back, and more Death Stranding. That's what we're doing tonight. We are doing more Death Stranding, but before we get going, and while this is all loading up, how is everybody? Aylin, how you doing? How are the things? Ooh, breadstick sounds really good. I miss bread. Damn it. Okay. Oh. Got some stuff. Okay. Where did... Okay, yeah, so I didn't read that still, and that's fine. You're amazing, Sam. I don't know what we'd have done without those materials, and that goes for everyone in the city, not just us staff. The chiral network's miraculous, obviously, but there's still a lot of material goods we can't live without. Folks like you are indispensable to our continued survival, and that's a fact. So don't ever think that what you're doing isn't appreciated. We're grateful for everything, Sam, and you can be sure that we'll make good use of all that you brought to build all kinds of new facilities and equipment. Thank you. Well, that was nice. Sam, I owe you an apology. In my last email, I made it sound like you were on the fast track to becoming obsolete. Guess I was caught up in my excitement over that delivery bot. Maybe I didn't let it show so much, but I was glad to find you on our doorstep again. Seriously. Sure, the bots are useful and less risky, but that doesn't mean we don't still need guys like you. If anything, we need you now more than ever. You're a symbol, an inspiration. When people see you risking your neck for the rest, they have something to aspire to. I'm not saying, of course... I'm not saying that everybody should charge off into the wilderness, of course, but I think you're a great example of how we can work towards a better future. People need that. Hell, I need that. Okay, well, that was nice of him. Dear Sam, another long day on the road, I'll wager. Well, you know what soothes the mind, body, and soul after a hard day's work? A delicious draft of Timefall Porter. We finally got to brewing up a batch of our beer. You familiar with porter? It's an English ale that's been made since the 1700s. It was popular with the couriers who used to deliver loads up and down the Thames. Hence the name. And the other part, well, I don't think I have to explain it. It's crafted with the finest, fastest growing wheat under the timefall. So, Mr. Legendary Porter, why not put your feet up and enjoy a tall glass of your namesake? And don't think this is the end of it. We'll be baking bread and cooking pizzas before you know it. You just wait. Oh. Sam, thanks as always. I sent you some Timefall Porter, the world's fastest brewed beer for Bridge's fastest runner. Hope it provides a welcome respite on a hard day. Should be waiting for you in your room. Enjoy. Right. Oh, shit. Duh, I can't use the thing. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so... See, this one I'm not looking forward to. I mean, I technically don't have to do it, which is really cool. Okay, where... Oh, shit. Interesting. Okay. Alright, so... Obviously, some shit happened last night. We ran into a supercell, got sucked up into it, ended up in what appears to be World War One. Fought Mads Mikkelsen, although we're not sure who he is or what relevance he has to everything, other than the fact that we keep having memories that are related to BB with Mads. And we had to fight Mads, and then we got sent back here. There is a little bit of a time travel thing as well to it, but we're not sure what just yet. And then immediately after, we met Mama. And Mama is an interesting character, played by Margaret Qualley. She has a baby, but her baby, unfortunately, was stillborn. And we went through her history yesterday. Come to find out, she was trapped in the rubble of the hospital where her base sits now. When the terrorists attacked, she was pregnant, supposed to have a C-section, and her baby's life was taken so that she could survive. So now her baby is a BT. Real heavy shit. Real heavy shit. Also, we found out that the Cupid that we were using could possibly have been the reason why they had that chiral spike in the first place. It did get changed out, which is all well and fine, except the software for it still needs to be upgraded. And the only way to do that is to bring it to Mountain Knot City. Again, fantastic. However, we have to bring in all the other places up in that region before we get to Mountain Knot City itself, and that's where we left things. Tonight's going to be interesting. Real interesting. So, yeah. Any questions or anything like that before we get started? Super heavy. Yeah, very super heavy.
You okay?
Oh yeah, I guess it would be good if I ate and drank.
Right in your face.
Nice. Thanks, Reedus. Appreciate it. Okay.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
All right, now let me see here. What do we has? So it looks like currently this is as far as the road goes. That's the orange line. Let me see. Yeah, so we don't want to go through here, because that's South Knot, but that's the ruined part of South Knot, which is bad. Oh, boy. You want to get him, Aelin? All you should have to do is just right-click their name, and there should be a thing that come up that says ban. Nice. Stupid bot. Yeah, it's gotta be around that time. In all honesty. Who robbed you again? Oh no. How you doing, True? So I think I gotta make it back to Lake Knot. I think that's probably the best thing to do, is to go back there. So I will do Cairo Bridge. That's mine. Go this way. Over here. Across here. We'll start that way. Sober! I'm on earlies at the moment, but I've stayed up late to at least run by and say, oh, hi, and make a noise like a walrus in the subway tunnel. How you doing, Sober? How are the things, buddy?
Someone's out here.
Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Busy so much as get all the chores done busy? Gotcha. Yeah, RE9 is a wild ride, for sure. Ooh, that's not good. Motherfucker! That's why. That's exactly why. Fuck. Fuck you going? Okay, now to go get all my shit. Yeah, all my cargo's right on the bridge, so I'm not too worried about it. That's why that damn thing was so aggressive. Give me that.
Time to move.
Yeah. Time to move. Now would definitely be the time. I think I will find the cargo delivery a bit very satisfying. The cargo delivery bit is fun. That's right, gotta keep on keeping on. How you doing, Blue?
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Weapons restricted.
Yeah, Sober, I decided, this was going to be the best way to get everybody brought up to speed for Death Stranding 2, which, by the way, comes out in less than 2 weeks for PC. Ow. 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 Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely it will. Ow.
As a reminder, Sam, when carrying deadly weapons, it's absolutely essential that you exercise restraint. Doubt I need to say it, but killing is off the table.
Yeah, don't do that.
This means more BTs and potentially more void outs. If you kill anyone, you'll be putting not only yourself, but countless other people at risk.
True. Nope, there's 0 killing. I mean, we can knock him out. We can definitely knock him out. But no killing. Killing is bad.
Sam, check the terminal for available orders. One moment, Sam. We've just received an urgent distress call. Reporter out on a run has been injured and can't make it back on their own. Looks like they were carrying schematics for a new autonomous bot prototype. We can't afford to lose those either. Check the order for details.
Right. I gotta go save a porter.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
I forgot about that one.
Clear. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Well, pleasant Sam Porter Bridges.
Okay. Private locker. Oh, no, wait. That's the wrong... That is the private locker. Get rid of those. Get rid of that. Ooh, excuse me. How you doing, Blue? How are the things, buddy? Rescue the porter carrying research data. Motherfucker. Of course you have to be all the way over there, you bastard. All right. Let's do this.
weapons restrictions lifted.
Oh, yeah. This is gonna be interesting. Ow. Okay, where am I in reference to him? Right. So it looks like... Oof. So he's somewhere in there. Ouch. That's definitely BT country.
Okay.
Okay. Right from the butt and into the fuck. So what's got you so busy, sober? It's been a minute, buddy. Okay, let's do this. Oh, Jesus Christ. He really is in, like, the shittiest of territories. Oh, yeah.
I'm good for now.
Sweet.
couldn't drink another drop.
Oh, well, wait a second. You can't drink another drop. That means you gotta do something. Yes. Let us piss. He was holding a liter of piss. My God. Literally, it was 1,000 milliliters of piss that he had. No wonder he couldn't drink anymore. I wouldn't be able to drink anymore.
You're thirsty.
Oh, my penis is out. There we go. Okay, well, can't do that either. Got it. Where am I? Oh, God, he really is way in here, isn't he? Motherfucker. Alright. I do still have some grenades, for sure, but the hematic grenades are the ones that work the best.
Enough already.
Come on, Sam.
Walk up worse.
That's right. Get up there. God damn it. No, Sam. You gotta get up there.
Let's get this show moving up.
Yeah, see? Even Sam says so. And he's the one who fell down. Haha! No, Sam, you idiot. All right, a little bit of a change of plan. What the fuck? Oh, I think I might be up too high. I think that might be what it is. Interesting. No, I'm literally hitting an invisible wall. I think that's what it is. Yeah, see? I'm just hitting an invisible wall. That way I don't do what I'm trying to do. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happening. Yeah, they want me to go up a certain way so that I gotta suffer, basically. Yeah, see, everything should have been fine right there, and it just... Nope. Okay, let me see. Yeah. Oh, that's why. Okay, because I was trying to get up, basically, on the crater. So there's, like, this little rock wall right here, which is what I was trying to get up. But then I'd go right into the crater, which... would be bad. I could see that being kind of bad. So, I guess that makes sense.
Further now.
Sam, there's someone near your position.
I know.
Did you see them?
No.
Take a closer look.
I'm trying. There he is. Hey, buddy. How you doing? Heard you had a rough day. God damn it.
Looks like they're secure. Now bring them home.
Well, hang on. I need that. And, need that. Those are used. I'll take the handgun. I need that. Oh, no. Wait. Okay, I can drop a climbing anchor. I think I'll be okay without a climbing anchor. So then I can carry the porter. That's fine. Nice. So now I got... Okay, yeah, that'll work. This... I mean, it kind of sucks that, like, I'm getting a little screwed here, but... well, hang on. Offload. Not carried. Here. Tool rack. Nice. Can I put another one on the tool rack? Yes. No. Okay. Oh, it just swaps it out. Okay, fair enough. Can I attach it to the suit? Sure. And... container repair spray. Why not? Fuck it. Okay. Alright, buddy. Let's... what do you say we get you the fuck out of here? But, looks like you took out a pretty big BT. So, hey, you got that going for you, which is nice. I'm gonna take all your chiral crystals, though. Because, fucking why not? over to here, and then I can make it to the junk dealer. That's what I'm looking at. All right, let's see if we don't have to fuck with him. That would be ideal. I'm not so much worried about me, I'm more worried about the bomb. Is this the crater where the random vintage wine bottles just show up? Sure. Oh. You alright, buddy? Okay.
Sorry, I'll try to make this quick.
Nice.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Weapons restrictions lifted.
I always pass that, and literally, Kimio Hari Shiteru is the only line that I always hear. I think they do that on purpose. Oh no. Someone lost their underwear. Oh god, it's the chiral artist's underwear. That's bad. The chiral artist lost her underwear.
All right, let's get this.
Gotta go to the Timefall shelter, because that's where the Yaiba is. Now it's gonna be stuck in my head all fucking night. Kimi no hare shiteru. That literally, that's in my fucking head all night now. God damn it. Ooh. No, this is another porter who fell down and skinned his knee, so I have to help him. But that will be coming up later tonight, Sophia. How you doing? How are the things? Oh yeah, he's just he's a porter. But how you doing, Sophia? How are the things? Things are better than yesterday, that's for sure. Good. Glad to hear it. No. Sam, you get it. Sam, you gotta turn around. Thank you. Okay. Let's just get him back. Everything will be fine.
Almost there.
Scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Weapons detected. All weapons decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Make delivery. There we go. Nice.
You did good, Sam. Thanks to you, that porter's still breathing. We've also managed to complete a working prototype for a new type of autonomous delivery bot. Feel free to fabricate one for yourself. Be advised, however, that you can only have a single unit active in a given region.
Okay. Long-range truck. I don't like the trucks. They're usually more hassle than they're worth. Damn. Hell yeah. Jesus. Okay. Damn, all right. Oh, God. Ambulatory robots that operate within the chiral network, they have a number of different modes, including follow mode, in which they follow Sam around, and deliver mode, in which they automatically deliver cargo to its destination. You can switch between modes at any time by selecting the Buddy Bots icon on your cufflinks map. Oh. No, I don't want to do that. Okay. Oh, memory chip data. I gotta do that.
The Great Deliverer does it again. Much obliged.
Okay.
Thank you for your contribution.
Right. Now... You know what? Hang on. Let's do this. Sam needs a wee bit of a break anyway. That doesn't look weird at all. That doesn't look like there's possibly a dead person in my shower that might be looking to eat my face. Not whatsoever. Listen, it was just a bad dream. Everything's fine. God damn it. Are we destroying ourselves? Before he came through, there were people blaming Bridges for our troubles left and right, saying it was their fault terrorists were targeting us more and more. There's no denying that they were, not after we lost Middle Knot and half a South, not to mention the other smaller incidents all over. Hell, even our old friend Mama got mixed up in one too. What we've got isn't new, though. Well before the stranding, folks all over had a hard-on for stockpiling nukes and other WMDs. Frankly, if the world hadn't gone to shit, we'd probably have blown it up by now. I tell you, there's nothing more dangerous and destructive than human beings. Call it morbid, but a part of me wants us to get it over with already, if we're gonna. It's what humanity deserves, isn't it, if the stupidity we've shown in the wake of the stranding is any indication? He's not wrong. Uh-oh. Look who's having a problem. Oh, no. John Wayne Gacy eyes. Marriage sucks. You still breaking your back hauling shit through the wilderness, Sam? Ever long for a little company? I know I used to. Not anymore. But between you and me, I can't help thinking life was easier back when I was on my own. The freedom to do whatever the hell I wanted. No one pissing and moaning over every tiny thing. Where does this girl get off being so fucking fussy? I swear, I can't do anything right. Should have seen the fight we had the other night. I tell you, it's true what they say. Familiarity breeds contempt. Don't ever get married, Sam. You see what I mean? That motherfucker, he had us haul her ass all the way over there so that he could just end up being fucking miserable. That's what I mean. It's like, that whole thing just sucks. It just does. It's awful. You bust your ass, and for what? Excuse me, I'm stretching. Oh. Okay. Oh. Oops. The reverse trike. Yes. Yeah, an enhanced model of the reverse trike, beloved by porters everywhere. It's a truly legendary machine that's been given a serious boost in battery power and made impervious to damage. Inspired by Ride with Norman Reedus, the hit TV show, it's a masterpiece made with love and respect, and is said to have received rave reviews from the show's eponymous host. A ride on this beast is sure to boost your excitement and oxytocin levels to the max. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I gotta eat and drink. Put on lay sunglasses. Yeah, customize equipment rack. Fuck it. It's time. Yeah, it's fine. We can keep him like that. Also, I just love this because for whatever reason, this just gives off I'm Batman vibes. I don't know why, because it's not even the correct color scheme, but it just does. Okay. Koji Pro. Nice. Who wouldn't love a good Koji Pro sticker on their bag? I know I would. An extra battery would be nice, though. Ooh, and there's a grenade pouch. Damn. But, unfortunately, they all... Well, I mean, actually, they kind of do. What do we got for accessories? Well, let's put the windmill on. That's easy peasy. Let's do... this. Nice. Move. Damn it. All right, that'll work. Okay, let me go here. No, okay. Fair enough. Oh, wait. Did I miss a thing? No, I didn't.
Our little secret. I got my hands on something special. Pata mon traché concru. I might later test some when you roll them. A toast to Lisa. And to you. Not bad.
New order for Sam at the distro center. Okay. Yeah, I gotta go there. Hooray. Oh, this one doesn't cost me anything, huh? Sure, fuck it. Why not? See, I like the Yaiba Kusanagi better, but we'll give it a shot, right? Oh, God.
Stand clear. Vehicle ready. Order assigned. Have a pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey.
It does have a really good battery, that's for sure.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Okay, maybe it must be a demon.
Safe travels.
Got this all day.
I wonder if anyone's watching.
Have a pleasant journey. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying I. Welcome to Lake Knot City. Safe travels. Proceed to distribution center.
Nice. Easy peasy. So I go over here. And then I do something stupid.
Contaminating sewer. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Cargo, not cargo. Mail. My dear Mr. Sam Bridges, it is I, Peter Englert, the world's foremost connoisseur of delicious pizzas you so faithfully deliver. Though my impudence would shame the very devil himself, I regret I must entreat you to bring us another of these delectable dishes, this time from South Knot City. I'm expecting company, a sweet couple of whom I am intensely fond. They insisted that they be allowed to take the air, but with the wilderness being so very dangerous, I refused to entertain the thought. Alas, while we will be remaining indoors, I am incapable of preparing anything but the most base and disagreeable cuisine, and so I must place myself at your mercy yet again, lest the poor dears starve. While I have already, I am very much aware, gone far beyond the bounds of common decency in making this request, I must compound my sins with a stipulation. The pizza in question must be topped with the bacon of the incomparable Iberico pig. You see why I didn't want to do this one? Because this one's dumb. So you know what? I'm not doing it. The pizza stuff sucks.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Okay, so that is the ruined shelter, which we definitely don't want to do. So we'll do craftsman and up like that. That's probably going to be the best way to do it. So we'll just take the road to the craftsman.
This bike is so cool. It should be on ride with one of the Reedus.
It's true, it should be. Oh, God. But see, here's the reason why it's stupid. The reason it's stupid is because we already know who Peter Englert is. That's the issue. It's like, if it was a thing where it was like this was a brand new run, I'd sit there and be like, okay, sure, let's do it. But to be completely honest, the runs themselves are not the most fun things in the world. Doable, but not necessarily all that fun. But the payoff is we get to find out that basically Higgs is fucking with us. That's the payoff. Because we went through this yesterday, Peter Englert is literally the culmination of the names of both guys that discovered the Higgs boson particle. He's just doing it to fuck with us. Because as far as he's concerned, we're literally just a delivery boy. And that's all we are to him.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. weapons restrictions lifted.
There we go. Ow. Okay. So that is mounted knot. So if I go and do this and let's go up to about here and then over. Yeah, but he's not trying to keep up morale. That's the whole thing. There's literally nobody but him that can screw with us. And he's very capable of already doing that. Ow. 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 Ow.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo.
Ow.
verified. Thank you.
Come on. There we go.
Delivering cargo.
Oh, you must be Sam Bridges. That one-man expedition team? They may be cut off up here, but word still travels. We've heard all about the Great Deliverer, the BT Buster, the terrorist, stopper. I'm still working on that last one. Well, I'm just stoked to meet you, man. So, what you got for us? Whoa, incredible. This will be a huge help. Thanks. You're not gonna even recognize the way station when we're through.
Okay.
need now is to get jacked into the network. Am I right?
Okay, that's one. Armor plate. Non-lethal assault rifle. Those are always good.
Man, it sure feels good to be part of the UCA for real. We've been literally marooned on an island for way too long. I can't wait to reconnect with everyone at HQ. Patching up this place is gonna take some work, but I'm feeling revved up and ready to go like never before. We won't let our country down. Thanks, Sam. And good luck out there. Not that you need it. You're gonna hit the West Coast before you know it.
Good work, Sam. Next, you need to extend the network to the distro center north of the city. Now would be a damn good time to do it, too, as they just sent out an SOS call. Info's still coming in, but it looks like there's been an accident, and we've got injured in need of assistance.
Oh boy.
Check the delivery terminal for details.
Good work. New order available. Please access...
What's the order? Blood delivery. That's a hell of a way to go. But... time limit is 40 minutes. We should be able to do it.
That's armor for your shoulders and legs. The downside is that you won't be able to carry cargo on top of it. You'll have to weigh the pros and cons.
Remember, Sam, when the clock's ticking, speed is what matters most of all.
Speed.
Review your gear and bring only what you need to make it to your destination as fast as possible.
Right.
Order assigned. Delivery parameters updated. Time limit set.
Okay. I is here. I need to make it over there. Like so. Which is a lot easier said than done. But we're going for it.
Restrictions lifted.
What did you do in the other chat? Ow. Ow. There we go. Okay. Hell yeah. See, we're already ahead of the game. Tia, how you doing? It's good to see ya. How are the things? Yeah, that one hurt a wee bit. Things are thingin'. I hear ya. Things do be thingin'. Ow, ow. 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 Fucking let's go!
Heads up, Sam. Looks like you've tripped an intrusion sensor.
That'll be fine.
Clear, these sensors react to you, not to your cargo. Be careful. Trouble may be on the way.
I ain't scared.
Sam, we're thinking you ran afoul of a local terrorist cell. Former mules who took a turn for the worse. Stealing cargo doesn't do it for them anymore. Mayhem and destruction are their drugs of choice now. But you didn't give them the satisfaction. You kept your cargo safe. Great work. I doubt you've seen the last of them, though. Keep your eyes peeled, huh?
Look at that, making it in less than 10 minutes. Just over 5, actually. That's not bad.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you. Battery low. Please charge vehicle.
Boom. Come on. There we go.
Thank you so much. Our med team should have no trouble patching him up now. You're a lifesaver. I can't believe how fast you were. Hey, watch yourself out there. You're shame to lose someone with your skills.
Nice.
Wasn't an accident, by the way. It was an attack. Someone slipped explosives into a parcel we processed. Separatist assholes think this land is theirs for the taking. They may be right. Any one of us could have handled that package. Fuck me. We have to be more careful. Beef up our security. least we didn't lose anyone this time. Thank you, Sam. Really. I hear the chiral network is coming along. You think the signal's strong enough to reach us here? I hope so. Give it a try, huh?
Nice. Nice non-lethals, hell yeah.
It worked? Oh, that's great. We've been starving for info. And if we run into any more trouble, we can get the word out sooner. I can't thank you enough.
All right, Sam. There aren't any more stops to make before Mountain Knot City. But this last leg will be the hardest yet. Rest up at the private room and check your gear before you set out.
Oh boy.
Your work is greatly
Amelie!
Higgs and his people came. They finally reached Knot City. There's no escape for me now. Everyone's dead, the city's destroyed, and what's left is crawling with BTs. They're everywhere.
Where's your Kipu?
But I was able to sneak away and reach out to you. This might be our last chance to talk like this. I just wanted you to know that I'm safe. For now. Promise me you'll keep building the chiral network. It's our only hope for the future. It's my only hope for freedom. And when you've finished, we can go back east together.
Amelie, your Kipu, where is it?
Sam, I'll be waiting for you on the beach.
Well, that can't be good. That happens to me every time I visit coastal USA. Somebody steals your Kipu? That's not bad. Well, I mean, it is bad, but it's not terrible. Thanks for saving our buddy. Sam, you showed up in the nick of time. I'd just about given up on our guy Langdon, but he's on the mend now thanks to you. Should be back to work before long, but in the meantime, I'll have to cover for him. Don't worry, he knows that he owes you his life. He'll probably be sending you a message to thank you himself soon enough. If I'm being honest, though, it was his own damn fault. An old pro like him shouldn't be letting explosives slip by right under his nose. But he should know how clever these damn terrorists are getting. Oh, and thanks for connecting us to the chiral network. We're getting a lot more data from the outside world now, and that alone has given us given morale a pretty big boost. And the printer, it's the icing on the cake. Can't print everything, though, of course. We'll be relying on you porters for a good while yet. Keep up the good work. Nice. No way station's an island. To the super honorable Mr. Sam Bridges, it gives me great pleasure to report that the way station patch-up job went off without a hitch. That stuff you brought us was just what we needed, man, and now we're part of the network, too. No way station is an island. Not anymore. We can talk to HQ over on the East Coast just like they were here in the room. Which is, well, that's how we heard those rumors about Central were true. Totally wiped out, huh? Damn. And if you hadn't been there, the UCA's plans would have gone down the tubes? Glad that didn't happen. Keep on keeping on and don't stop till you hit the ocean. Uh-oh, Jackie mission. I got a lead on the third ship, Sam, but there's a catch. I know you're a busy man. Sam the man with important shit to do, rebuilding America and all that. So I farmed this gig out to a freelancer, a pro, like home. Major League Pro, on par with you, maybe even better on a good day. This pro went and found it no fuss. Trouble came afterwards when he got jumped by some pinche cabrones on the way back. I haven't heard from him since. Even Eddie says he's dead in a ditch, and from what I've learned about these void outs triggered by bodies left to rot in this world, well, you'd better find him ASAP. And don't forget to secure my chip while you're at it. Check in at the distro center north of Mountain Knot City, and I'll send you the order along with info on the area where he disappeared. Don't let me down, Sammy boy. Sam, my man. I'm counting on you. I mean, fair enough, right? All right. History of the Odra deck. Does the name Sigmund Freud mean anything to you? Oh, we are just going right into psychology yet again. Oh boy. He was a famous psychologist, the most famous of them all perhaps, but I digress. Freud formulated one of his most famous theories after observing his grandson playing with a spool of thread. That was that he wanted to fuck his mother. The boy would throw the spool under the bed, thus ensuring that he could not see it anymore. He would then wind the thread in his hand, gradually drawing the spool back toward him until it became visible again. Yeah, exactly. He repeated this process several times. It was apparently a game he played whenever his mother was elsewhere. Freud proposed that the process of concealing and rediscovering the spool was a coping mechanism, a way in which the boy could put his mind at ease. You see, the boy was in control of the spool. He could make it disappear and reappear at will. This helped him to comprehend his mother's absence, not as something sudden or irrational, but as something controlled and therefore not a cause for concern. A novelist named Franz Kafka later coined a term for this spool of thread, Odra deck. However, he conceived it as an object capable of speech and autonomous movement, a mysterious being neither dead nor alive. The Odra decks we use are perhaps not so different. These interfaces through which we experience our BB's perception of the surroundings are not unlike spools of thread. A connection between our world and the other side, the living and the dead, human and BB. Neurologist, yes. Psychoanalyst, the founder. Psychologist, debatable. That's so very true, Tia. So very true. BTs come in all shapes and sizes by Hartman 2 years ago. Although eyewitness testimony has led us to identify several types of BTs, perhaps the most interesting of them all are the entities which may not be BTs at all. The subjects in question bear some resemblance to jellyfish and are visible even to those without dooms. While we have little information concerning their physiology and behavior, upon detecting the presence of a human, they will attack by rapidly approaching their target before exploding. Disturbing to say the least, especially given that they appear to be impervious to small arms fire, though perhaps we can take comfort in the fact that they do not seem capable of causing void outs. Our best guess at the moment is that these are a subspecies of BT, one that does not form as a result of human death. Beyond that, they are a complete mystery. Perhaps when the repatriate Sam Porter chooses to join Bridges, we can attempt to develop a means of dealing with this new threat. In the meantime, however, we can but continue to study and speculate. But to be honest, most European psychologists and psychoanalysts by North American standards, or are psychoanalysts by North American standards, so whom I can complain about a Japanese game. I mean, that's fair. Now, there's an interesting theory that I have when it comes to the jellyfish. Jellyfish are, for all intents and purposes, in a lot of the time, essentially immortal. They don't die by natural causes. Jellyfish do not die under natural causes. They just don't. They constantly go through a process by which they get old, and then once they get to a certain age, they actually start to revert back to when they were very, very, very young, and then they do it all over again. And it's just a constant cycle back and forth. So it's possible that when it comes to these jellyfish, these BT jellyfish, or the offshoots of BTs, that maybe it's not necessarily that they're an offshoot of BT, but maybe they come from the same world, and it's just that world's version of jellyfish. Because like Hartman said, everybody can see them. You don't need an Odradek, you don't need Dooms, you don't need a BB. Literally anyone and everyone can see them. Near-death experience 1 year ago by Hartman. Until relatively recently, death could only be studied from the perspective of an external observer, as the experience of one's own death could not be communicated to another. A collaborative investigation of the phenomenon was fundamentally impossible, but through the examination of subjects in near-death states and the cataloging of their experiences, we have at least been able to bring the scientific method to bear on this most final of frontiers. Even those in a state of so-called brain death exhibit signs of consciousness. What could this possibly mean? Moreover, why do some on the brink of death report out-of-body experiences? Furthermore, why do so many of those who have such experiences describe the same sensations of being beckoned toward a distant light? Many had argued that these commonalities were evidence of an objective reality of a place beyond life. If nothing else, they at least suggested that death was not an instantaneous change of states, but a process. The beach has since proven much of this beyond a doubt, and the dead rising again as BTs through necrosis demonstrates this process in action. The place beyond life is no longer a theoretical possibility. Its existence must be taken as an incontrovertible fact. Fair enough. Yeah, I think what's going on is, again, you've got a lot of things at play, but you also have a lot of Jungian theory that are going on, right? You got the collective conscious, the collective unconscious, but then you also have that for the other side. Everything that we see that is in a state of change, such as the BTs, such as the upside down rainbow, things like that, are themselves in a state of change from what we know. So, for instance, the rainbow, the upside down rainbows don't have any blue in them. Well, why don't they have any blue in them? They don't have any blue in them because they have no indigo, right? And indigo, as we've already gone through, represents permanence. So now, what's the best way to show that it's an anti-rainbow? A, flip it upside down like you would with, like, as much as I hate to put it this way, but if you take a cross, right, you take a crucifix and you turn it upside down and you hang it on a wall, that's usually a symbol for the guy downstairs, not the guy upstairs. Right? Same kind of thing with a rainbow. It's the opposite of what a regular rainbow is, which is stability, good fortune, a good omen, and so on. It's the opposite of that. And it doesn't have permanence because it's also representing a state of change. Then you have the BTs themselves. The BTs are constantly in a state of change, whether they are the floating like particles or whatever, and then they finally kind of mostly come together, or they end up coming in looking like people covered in tar or whatever. They're always constantly in a state of change, and they're also constantly changing their shape. If you look at them close enough, especially when shit like that happens, the way that they are formed is constantly moving and changing. Constantly. So there are a lot of things that represent change. Now, when it comes to the jellyfish, again, jellyfish are also in a constant state of change, so it would make sense that, yes, they would be present, but jellyfish are also kind of a weird one. And they're kind of a weird one because for them, it is permanence. So you can see them, but they're also drastically different. They may be from another world, but if they're jellyfish, we're already used to seeing that kind of constant state of change within them. And it's permanent that way for them, so we can see them. Does that make sense? Now, granted, we haven't seen any jellyfish yet, but we will. We'll definitely be seeing jellyfish. There we go. Okay, check on BB. No, he wasn't mad at BB. He was playing with him.
Back off. Back off! Don't do it!
Sam, I have some new info you should hear. Recently recovered thanks to your efforts to expand the chiral network. It concerns BBs. I dug this up on my own, just to be clear. No one ordered me to look. And if anyone asked, put it all on me. No need for you to deal with any blowback. You were just listening to me ramble on the wire, okay? Anyway, it looks like Bridges wasn't the first to bring back BB tech. It was a group of separatists. Terrorists opposed to UCA expansion, according to the records. They started using them about 3 years ago. Right around the time Bridges 1 was putting plans in place to head west. Seems these separatists were having trouble with BTs too, and figured that if they could track them, they might be able to steer them into our path. When Bridges caught wind of this, the decision was made to fight fire with fire, to start using BBs as a countermeasure. It's possible yours was commissioned for that very purpose, a fact I think someone may have tried to conceal, judging by the absence of BB-28's service record. I always found it strange that we were so willing to utilize technology we barely understood. Now we know why. We've been aping methods and techniques employed by others from the start. There's more you should know. It's about the original Bridge Baby experiments. Piecing together what little I could find, it looks like they started around the time of the Death Stranding. They were conducted on the island of Manhattan off the East Coast, which was completely and utterly obliterated by what was almost certainly a void out. Back then, these experiments had the full support and approval of the American government. It's all just guesswork, but I suspect the BB program was conceived to help gain a better understanding of the nature of the Death Stranding. However, due to ethical and safety concerns, public opinion was strongly against the program. Still, they pressed on, and in their desperation to make sense of the greatest disaster of their age, I think they caused another. I should also mention that the president himself was killed in the blast. It was after his death, when he was succeeded by then Vice President Strand, that the experiments were suspended by executive decree. Documents were shredded, facilities were decommissioned, and every effort was made to pretend that BBs had never even existed. Which begs the question how some random separatist group was capable of resurrecting the tech decades later. I'll let you know if I turn up anything enlightening.
Sam, check the delivery terminal and review the list of orders.
Okay.
The people of Mountain Knot City have a pressing problem that needs to be addressed. A tar-like substance has been bubbling up from beneath the ground near them. They're seeing more of it by the minute, and it won't be long before it spreads into the city. There have already been reports of ejecta inside the outer walls. If nothing is done, the whole city might be swallowed by a sea of tar in the near future. There's an order from Mountain Knot City. Check the details on the delivery terminal.
Okay. Well, first off, let's go get the chip for Jackie.
That firearm can be loaded with hematic rounds. It's fitted with a dot sight as well. Should improve your aim.
Great, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Non-lethal assault rifle level dose. Much better. All right.
Order assigned.
Let's go get Jackie's chip.
restrictions lifted.
There we go. Okay, Jackie, we're coming to get what is needed. Also, we're going to find out more about Mama tonight. Are you guys ready for more heavy shit? Oh boy.
Whoa. That was close.
Yeah, I just gotta get up there, knock everybody's ass out clean, and we should be good. Should be.
Just a bit further now.
Nothing there. There's the engraved chip. Okay. Got the chip. Okay, private locker. Let me see. That's good. Here. Attach to suit. That'll be fine. Yeah, hang on tool rack. That'll be okay. And then... place in private locker. Good. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so I gotta go to the incinerator, which is over this way. Let's get it done. Okay. get him taken care of, then we can go back there, grab all our stuff, and then we can head back to Mountain Knot. And I think that'll be number 3 for the chips. I think, anyway. Okay. Oh, also, I saw a thing the other night, and I don't even know what states it is legal in. Apparently, it is legal in 2 states, but I want to find out what states they are and possibly move to one of them at some point, and then I'd never have to worry about a house ever again. It's there was a guy, right? He's a I think he's still making them. He was an architect, and he lost his license for a while. Not because he did anything stupid, but because he figured out something that worked better and embarrassed the US government. And also embarrassed industry standards. Nope, not microfabricated houses. Nope. It costs, and I know I'm leading up to it, but it's really, really interesting and weird. The building materials required to build a house, even one that is about 6,000 square feet, is about $500. So all you would need to own is the land itself. And then it would cost you 18 months and almost nothing. Other than people's time, right? To actually build the house out of dirt that is packed into used and thrown away tires. And because it actually works so well, it far exceeds industry standards for stability. It far exceeds industry standards for accidents such as collapse or structural problems. There is no frame needed whatsoever. And because of the way that mass and just physics work in general, but because of the way that mass works, if it's set up in a specific way, and again, you'd have to contact this guy, and he'd have to like draw it all up. Long story short, you could have solar panels put on the roof, sunlight comes in through special windows, and then to sweeten the pot, you would never have to pay for heating, and you would never have to pay for electricity. So there would be no furnace whatsoever. You can actually set it up so that there's rain collection that goes into like a 3,000 or 30,000 gallon tank that would be underneath the house itself. And that would be caused by that you'd be getting more than enough just through rain collection and condensation. You'd be able to actually have your own indoor greenhouse, no furnace, no HVAC, and the reason why you wouldn't have to have those is because the internal temperature only varies year-round, regardless of season, by 4 degrees Fahrenheit. So the only thing you'd actually ever have to pay for, if you so desire, would be internet. That's it. There's no reason why the US's paper-thin walls cost so much. Oh, no, there is. There's a good reason. It's not smart, but there is a reason. It's because they make you have to rely on it. Like, there's a guy, I can't remember his name. He was an actor. If I remember correctly, he was an actor on some old Western. I can't remember, like some black and white Western. And in the 80s, he contacted this architect. He lived, unfortunately, I think he died in like 2014 or something like that. But this guy lived in Colorado at a 7,000 foot elevation, and inside his house was growing bananas. That's how consistent and steady the heat and just the overall insulation was for this house. And he could grow bananas year round. Maximize company profits, basically. Yeah. And I was like, you know what? That's actually pretty fucking cool. Like, especially if all you need is the land, right? Imagine that. All you need to do is actually buy some land. And then for literal pennies compared to what it would cost to get a house built today, you can have your house built, insulated, and never have to pay for any utilities whatsoever for the rest of your life, except for internet. And that'd be it. Recycled tires could be used for so much, even here where we just burnt them, which isn't useful. Well, here's how this works, right? So what they do is they stack tires, but they do it in the shape of whatever you want the house to be, right? But then they pack so much dirt into the cavities of the tires themselves and in the center of the tire that it's 300 pounds of dirt per tire. Which comes out to roughly what, like 140, 150 kilos, something like that. Oh, there's the jellyfish. Yep, there's the jellyfish. That looks kind of eerie, doesn't it? I was like, you know, that's actually, like, pretty awesome. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, we're gonna go around the jellyfish, but that does look pretty sweet. And, like, here's the thing. These houses don't look like shitholes either. So it's like, yes, they use tires, sure. And they also use stuff like not even recycled, but like cans that are like taken from a dump. Or like a landfill, right? But they'll use stuff like stucco or plaster or whatever, and they'll actually like create an interior, right? They will, they absolutely will. So it's not like you're just living in Tire World USA. You're living in an honest to God house. There's a place in Africa where they just have brick for roading and pathways. Essentially the same idea. When a brick degrades, they easily replace them. Well, see, this is the thing. The rubber that tires are made out of is actually so strong that you never have to worry about it being replaced because it's covered by something like, again, either stucco or plaster or something like that, which we already use here in the US anyway, and it's used in all over Europe. So the tires themselves will outlive you by about 1,000 years before anybody needs to worry about replacing them, and the only other building material for the entire foundation of the house itself is dirt. There's literally no like, there's no mortar, there's no glue. There's nothing. It is because of the sheer weight and the sheer mass of everything, you quite literally never have to worry whatsoever about losing any sort of thermal efficiency, or literally losing damn near anything else. It's just solid and perfect. And they actually went so far as to show that it could be 60 degrees outside and 72 degrees inside. And then, months later, it could be minus 14 degrees outside and still 72 inside. Ooh, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Oh. Like, how cool is that? Live in a place like that, no problem whatsoever. I'd absolutely live in a place like that. Never having to worry about a utility bill at all, unless you wanted one. And like this actor, and again, I wish I could remember his name, literally the only thing that they did for him that they typically don't do is, because he wanted one, they put a fireplace in. Not because he needed a fireplace, but because it looked really nice, and sometimes he just liked sitting at night by the fire. And that was it. But for all intents and purposes, other than it looking like an eclectic home, you'd never be able to tell that it was made with anything different. Like, that's pretty awesome. You know what? We'll take Brave Dan's bike back. Fuck it. Dan's brave. Oh yeah, there's the Horizon Zero Dawn thing. I forgot that was in here. Oh! I forgot about that.
Still got it.
No, it's a hologram. That's all. Yeah, I almost just ate shit.
All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you. Decontaminated. Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised.
Appreciate all your help. I hope you know that.
Nice.
Oh, and whenever it's convenient, you ought to grab this thing I got for you. A token of our appreciation.
Okay, what you got for me? Johnny's sunglasses. Hell yeah. Wake the fuck up, samurai. We got a city to burn.
Watch your back out there. No one else will. Good work. New order available.
available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Okay, let's check the mail. They're both from Jackie. Good work, Sam. Looks like I was right. That porter got because of my chip. Hombre probably had some good living ahead of him, too. Real shame, that. But you managed to give him a proper send-off. Santa Muerte won't forget it. Anyway, nothing else worth saying. Words don't mean shit to the dead. At least you don't gotta worry about a void out now, which means you can get back to doing your thing and hunting for my chips. There's still more out there waiting to be found. Damn, Sam, you're a real trooper. Another chip in the bag thanks to you. Shame about that porter, though. He'd still be alive and kicking if he hadn't taken the job. Here's hoping he finds peace in the next life. Of course, that could have been you had shit gone sideways, or maybe you'd have rolled with it just fine. I'm sure they don't call you the Great Deliverer for nothing. We got a few greats back home, too. Legends. Chip had all kinds of info on them, but they don't work for cities or countries. They were slaves for huge corporations. And then some pendejos kicked off a war between the megacorps, a war that dragged everyone and everything into it. Maybe that's how I ended up over here. I don't know. Don't know. All I got to go on is a record of a memory of a memory. But the V I keep seeing has to be the key to it all. V. I can almost feel the letter touch it. Maybe the more chips I analyze, the more I'll learn. Anyway, I got something for you. Johnny sunglasses. Same design as a pair worn by one of the rocker boys of the Corpo Wars. He had a little more fun with your compass. Too. You can now short circuit enemies' Odra decks. Should lay the fucker out most of the time. Maybe maybe make it easier for you to complete your great deliveries. Is this a sequel to Cyberpunk 2077? No. So there's a couple of things going on. One, because of the BTs and everything like that, is you got the world of the dead, world of the living, which falls into like Carl Jung's collective conscious and unconscious stuff. But then they're also playing around with the multiverse, which is kind of cool. Gotta go get Johnny's sunglasses.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Okay, we're gonna eat. Put on the Johnny sunglasses. Hell yeah. Okay, antimatter bomb delivery to Mounted Knot City. It's 80 kilos. That's heavy as shit.
Be advised, Sam. The case for that antimatter bomb was not designed for long-distance transport. The magnetic traps that keep the antimatter sequestered are delicate. A powerful impact, reckless driving, an unbalanced carrier. There are all kinds of ways the traps could fail. Any abnormalities detected within the case should trigger an alarm. If it goes off, you're doing it wrong. And if the bomb goes off, we'll have a disaster on our hands. The kind we can't come back from.
Mm-hmm. True. Yeah, it's a big boy bomb.
Order assigned.
Definitely using the vehicle. But, hang on. Cargo. I can at least do this. No, I can't. Okay. Okay. Well, I'll have to figure it out when I get to the thing. I gotta get all the way to Mountain Knot City. That's a long-ass way to go.
Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. Whew. That could have sucked. There we go.
Wonder if anyone's watching.
Oh, sorry.
Easy.
Okay, where am I going here? Okay, so let's do... Oh, I gotta remove all markers. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. See if we can make this easy peasy. Okay. Probably best I go on foot from here. Just saying. You know? Well, I mean... Yeah, probably. I don't want to go on foot, but... I also don't want to blow up. You know? Blowing up's kind of less than preferable.
Too close.
Yeah, you know, it's just one of those things. It's like, I don't feel like blowing up today. For whatever reason. And maybe it's just me, but I don't know. I don't feel like blowing up. That kind of feels like it'd be a frowny face day. You know? Like, I know Johnny Silverhand don't mind blowing up, but Sam the Man kinda does.
You've walked up worse.
You totally walked up worse. How we looking? We still got a little bit of a ways to go, but it's doable.
Let's get this show on the road.
I am getting this show on the road. What are you talking about, bro? What do you mean? Like, I'm almost there. Here, climbing anchor. Perfect. Okay. Okay. We're getting there. I love it. I accidentally bang into a rock and the bomb starts giving me a shit fit. I fall too far down. And it just gets a little angry. And that's all it does. Steep slope detected, huh? Sure. That'll work. Okay. Cargo. Oof. Okay, yeah, so they're both basically fucked. Understood. And we got the mist setting in, which also not good. Oh. Easy peasy. I thought I was, like, really fucked, but nah, we're fine. You will tire more easily. Yes. Okay, here. Good. That'll get me through a little bit farther. Come on, Sam. Sam the man. There you go. Okay, well, didn't last as long as I would have liked, but it helped. Kind of by a lot. I think that is the place over there. It is. Okay. Alright, not too shabby. We're getting there. Hell yeah. Wow, I got lucky there. Holy shit. Damn, I got lucky. There we go. Easy peasy.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you. Decontaminating suit. Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised.
I could totally see that. Okay, you guys ready for more shit? Because here we go.
Delivery complete. Displaying performance evaluation.
Nice.
The hell do you think you're doing, Bridges? That network you're building is carrying some nasty stuff. Stuff nobody would want anywhere near them. I thought you people would have figured that out by now. We want no part of your chiral network or the UCA.
That voice. Is that you, Mama? You hit your head there, Mama?
I'm not yours, and yours is no kind of mother.
All right. Enough games, Mama.
I don't think you heard me, mister. Mountain Knot City is telling you and the UCA to take a hike. You people keep doing what you're doing, and you're gonna put us right back on the road to the Death Stranding. We didn't ask for you to come and tell us how to live our lives. We'll decide that for ourselves, thank you very much. All we want from you is the occasional delivery. Nothing else.
So you speak for the city?
That's right. I'm in charge. The name's Lochner.
Lochner? Hold up, I need to talk to you. You're a technician, right?
Look, go home and don't come back.
Listen to me, damn it. I need your help.
Well, we don't need yours, Bridges. You're only making things worse.
Sorry you had to deal with that, Sam. She's the boss over there, and she's not afraid to lay down the law. We need her, and we need her people. We've lost too many others as it is. Without Mountain Knot City, the Chiral Network, and the UCA will never be complete.
What now?
So, here's the thing. Sam, Lochner is Mama's twin sister. Former Bridges 1. Went west with the others. Second group, just like Mama. Mama's not her real name, of course. That'd be Malingen. Both have dooms and both are scientific geniuses. Mama's primary field of expertise is applied physics. Lochner's is theoretical. Mama designed the Cupid hardware. Lochner, the software. They said they could converse over any distance. Said they had a special bond that led them. I don't know how that's possible, but I'll tell you this. There wouldn't be a chiral network without them. They were so close that some said they were like one person in two bodies. Might be why they were able to develop the Cupid. But they had a falling out after Molingen's accident. Lochner left Bridges and cut off all contact with us. I don't know what happened between them. But if we don't bring Lochner around, our plans to make America whole again are finished. Not that I'm asking you to stick your nose in their personal business. Though if you did, it might help us figure out how to bring Lochner around. Which would be great, because our plans to make America whole again are finished without her. In the meantime, if you've got any bright ideas, feel free to give them a shot. Good work.
Oof. Okay. Mail. Good news, Sam. That antimatter bomb should stop the tar from spreading. Thanks for that. You really saved our bacon. I wasn't able to connect the Cupid, though. Lochner stepped in to stop me. She might not be in Bridges anymore, but she still calls the shots around here. Wasn't much I could do after that. It's not like I could ignore her. You know, she's changed a lot ever since Mama got caught up in all that terrorism stuff. Stands to reason, of course, with with their relationship. Still, even if it's not my place, I gotta ask, could you go and talk to Mama about it? I got a feeling they could patch things up if they just started speaking to each other again. If you do decide to go, check your private locker. I left you some extra supplies. Should help you get to Mama's lab safe and sound. Thanks again, Sam. Private locker. Bridge boots level 3. Put those on literally right now. Kinda need those. Fantastic. Okay. Good there. Nothing. No orders. So that means I have to get from Mountain Knot City down to Mama again. And the easiest way to do that, although slightly dangerous, is to go to the safe house And then from the safe house over to Mama. Actually, go over to the zip line, and then I can zip line to Mama. Hell yeah. Alright, well, life is going to suck. Are we ready for this? Honestly, this area is my favorite area in the entire game.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Well, now hold on a sec. Gonna see if I can do a thing. Just real quick.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Well, no, I need to see if I can take a nap.
Only gonna get harder.
Nope. Can't take a nap. Fuck.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Yeah, but I can't do anything with shelters yet, only because I'm not connected to the network. But there is good news. At least I'm not carrying an antimatter bomb. So I got that going for me, which is nice.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
You've walked up worse.
The thing I love about this area is it actually does make you feel cold. Like, there are very few games that have snow that actually genuinely make you feel cold. And for me, this is one of them. Yep, that's true. I know. The only place to safely do that is the hot springs up in this area. Oh boy. Yep, I know. That is the plan. Time fall snow. Of course I do. Not seeing it. Gotcha. Doing pretty good. How's you? Good. Glad to hear it. Okay, let's check and see how we doing. All right, we doing. We doing. I see him. Okay, drop this. Good. There. Just finished my rerun of RE2 Remake with Leon, planning on doing Claire's, then Leon Path B, and next head to RE3. There you go. That should be fun. See, I don't understand what people are complaining about when it comes to RE3 Remake. I really don't. I've never understood that. I had a lot of fun with RE3 Remake. I don't know why everybody shits all over it. And that's fair, Bloop. That's totally fair. Can never get the timing of the dodge. Again, there's nothing wrong with, you know... I mean, that just takes practice. That is what it is, right? But that doesn't make it meh. I enjoyed both RE2 and RE3 remakes. I did. So I'm not entirely sure why people shit all over RE3. Like, to me, and again, this is just me, but I know that people are sitting there and going, oh, well, it's too short. Okay, fair enough. Except, so was Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. Nemesis was literally really short. But nobody sits there and pisses and moans about about Nemesis, which is what RE3 is the remake of. And then people go, "Oh yeah, but she doesn't start out the same way." So? And not to mention, I'm like almost positive, if I remember correctly, somebody's literally making a mod where you can start out the same way because all the stuff is there. So if all you have to do is wait for somebody to finish a mod, why is there a complaint? You know what I mean? Like, I can understand it if somebody doesn't care for RE3 as much as RE2. That's totally fair. It is a shorter game. The mechanics are a little bit different. some people don't like being chased around by, you know, what a lot of people think of as essentially just another Mr. X copy. I get that. No problem there. But to say it's a crap game is... yeah. No, okay, but again, you don't understand. There are no levels. There aren't any levels. That's what I don't understand. People keep using that excuse, and it's not a valid excuse. There are no levels. There are no levels in RE2. There are no levels in Nemesis. There are no levels in RE4. There are no levels in 5 or 6. There are none in 7, there are none in 8, and there are none in 9. It's a continuous story that just has you going to different locations. The only thing that people bitch about is that her starting location, literally the place where you start the game, is different. That's it. Now, I can understand if people are like, okay, well, it's not necessarily true to the original. Fair enough. But at the same time, Capcom has come out and said multiple times, RE2R, RE3R, RE4R, RE7, RE8, and all that stuff, right? But specifically the remakes, they have said, these are canon, so are the originals. So if you don't particularly care for what one of them does, there's nothing stopping you from going, okay, well, the other one is canon in my mind, and this one isn't. But it doesn't make them a bad game. You know what I mean? Like, it's really weird, and I don't know what it is. I have no idea what it is. I can completely understand if people like the original more so. It's like with Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 2 Remake. You know what I mean? It's the same kind of thing. I have no problem going, well, I like how Silent Hill 2, the original, is over Silent Hill 2 Remake. Totally fair, understandable. But for people to come out and just say that Silent Hill 2 is a shit game, either A, they've never played it, or B, they've only watched somebody play it, and they're so incredibly, like, they have such a hard-on for their own biases that they're not willing to look at the game for what it is and what it's doing for the franchise and just want to shit all over it. And I'm not saying you're doing that for RE3, but it's RE3R and Silent Hill 2 Remake are in the same boat as far as I'm concerned, where you just have, like, a bunch of people who just shit all over both of them because one doesn't have a fixed camera anymore and the other one starts in a different location. And that's how we're judging in the days of games like Marathon absolutely shitting itself. Not even days after it was announced that High Guard, which has only been out for 6 weeks, is shutting down, we are still absolutely going hyperbolic over the fact that RE3R doesn't start in the same exact place as the original, and that's what makes it a shitty game. You know what I mean? Is it just me, or does that feel kind of weird to anybody else? I know someone who got paid to play it and doesn't think Marathon is worth buying it. It's asking, yeah. I mean, let me put it this way. You've got some of the biggest names currently. No bullshit. Some of the biggest names currently, such as Carnage, Ninja, and others who just don't like it. And these guys have been around for a while, and they play those kinds of games, like, a lot. Doesn't particularly care for it because it's just a pain in the ass to try and find supposedly all the lore and listen to all the voice actors and everything like that, because there's nothing that's really there. Ninja doesn't like it because, literally, he's getting sniped by AI out of fucking nowhere. Which, I mean, that's fair when it's supposed to be a PvP thing. I don't mind the starting level being what it is in RE3 Remake, but I kind of see what they are talking about. Okay, but again, I don't have a problem with people who say, I like the original better than the remake. I don't have a problem with that. If you like the original more so than the remake, that's totally fine. But there's no way you could tell me that that RE3 Remake is a shit game. You see what I mean? Like, they're going to such an extreme because it starts out in a different place. Like, that's like going to a pizza place, right? It's like going to your favorite pizza place that you've absolutely loved for years, and you order a pizza and you bring it home and you're excited, and you find out that they changed the supplier for tomato sauce. So they're using a different tomato sauce. Now, the tomato sauce is different, but it doesn't make the pizza bad enough where you're not going to eat it. But then you turn around and say, oh no, this pizza's totally shit and this whole place sucks now. Does that make any sense? How the learning and relearning curve is so bad you personally think it's a crap game, which I know games that are like that, by the way. But yeah, no, and I mean, again, if you like how certain systems are in the original compared to the new one, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's totally valid. But I don't think there's any way anybody could say that RE3 Remake is a shit game. Ooh, thank you for the stretch and hydrate. I'll do that as soon as I get to the safe house here. Or, okay, here's another perfect example. When Knights of the Old Republic remake, which, by the way, Saber Interactive came out the other day and said it is still being actively developed. When Knights of the Old Republic remake comes out, if they change the opening cinematic, is that going to automatically make it the shittiest game of all time? Because it's the same thought process.
collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Like, and keep in mind, here's the other big part of this too. It's because I remember it having enemies that required me to perfect dodge, otherwise I would get shit on so hard that I needed to reload back a save. Okay, and again, that's perfectly fine. If you like the original more, I can understand that. Totally understand that. But I don't think anybody can call RE3 Remake a shit game. You know what I mean? Like, yes, there are systems in there that do make things a little bit more difficult, and, you know, you are supposed to perfect dodge and so on, and that's all well and fine. I get that. They are a little bit more difficult. But think about it this way. Would you rather have RE3R the way it is now, or would you rather go back to N64 with graphics where everybody looks like a bunch of blocks, with 12 frames a second, where the enemy AI works at a higher frame rate typically than you do, so your dodges that you have to do aren't going to mean much, especially when you go up near Nemesis, unless you have such a muscle memory that you can automatically get it first shot every single time, or not have RE3 Remake at all. You know what I mean? Like, it's so weird. It's so weird. It was so inconsistent that I struggled so much I almost dropped the... See, I didn't have a problem. I didn't. And I'm not calling myself better as a gamer or anything like that. I just never had that problem. Oh my god, everything in my back just popped. Holy shit. Yeah, see, I never had that issue. Never. Hey Sam, I know you're probably doing just fine out there without any help, but you're going to want to hear this, trust me. You remember that big BT you faced off with over in Port Knot City, the one with the gold mask-like thing? Well, I reckon that mask might just be pointing you toward its weak point. Strange, I know, but true. See, when I heard that a BT had done in Igor, I started doing some investigating. I mean, I wasn't about to just forgive and forget, you know? Anyway, here's the gist of it. Large quantities of concentrated chiralium take on a golden color. In other words, if you see that golden glow, there's likely to be some sort of major power source nearby, and places like that must be vulnerable to attack, right? Probably light up like a Christmas tree with a few well-aimed slugs. Anyway, I think it's the same deal with that BT. Give it a whack round the chops and you'll see some fireworks, I'm sure of it. I mean, I guess it's not rocket science. Shoot it in the mouth and there's always a chance you'll hit some internal organ, and that's gotta hurt. So yeah, long story short, focus your firepower on that golden mask. I'm counting on you, Sam. Go get that fucker for me, for Igor. Good stretch, yeah, it really was. I hope they put in features that make it more modern, not necessarily the game on training wheels, but some difficulty pushed and spread more evenly for RE fans. And I don't have a problem with that, and I agree. I think RE4, out of all of them, out of like RE2, RE3, and RE4, I think RE4 had the best remake so far. And I'm not saying that RE3 didn't have things that couldn't have been better, because it absolutely did have stuff that could be better, for sure. But I don't, by any stretch of the imagination, think of it as a shit game. I think that's going way, way, way out too far in left field. You know what I mean? Like, that just doesn't make any sense. Again, the pizza analogy. You go to a pizza place that you love, you grab a pizza, you bring it home, come to find out the tomato sauce in the pizza has changed. It still doesn't stop you from finishing the pizza. And overall, the pizza was good. It's just different from what you remember. So are you going to go out of your way to say that that pizza place is now the shittiest fucking pizza place in the world? I've seen people get it right so easily, but my shit didn't work. Either my game was bugged or something, because there were instances where it worked fine and others where it just did not want to work. And that's, if I'm being honest, that was probably some sort of hardware issue. That's the only thing I can think of. That might have been the version that you had. Like, if you did it on console, that might have been a hardware issue with the console. If you were doing it on an older PC, that... it very well could have been that the PC, for whatever reason, at the time, just couldn't keep up. I know I've had that. I had that with RE8 originally. I installed it. Everything seemed like it was working fine. But come to find out, my PC was so old that it couldn't load in the trigger for the clock tower to go off, the bell in the clock tower to go off. So I was literally just constantly stuck fighting all of the werewolves. It was a console version for PS4, which was a head scratcher. I mean, it could have been a hardware thing. Very well could have been a hardware thing. Hope you're kicking ass and taking names, Sam. We heard HQ suspects the whole Central Not Void Out thing might have been terrorism. Kind of blew my mind to think they're hitting the East Coast already. Things have been getting worse out here, too. It was way quieter in this neck of the woods when we first showed up, that's for sure. Back then, it didn't matter what breed of crazy they were. Separatists, isolationists, leave me alone, Atarians, whatever. You could at least get him to sit down and talk. Now it's blow shit up first, ask questions later, all because some folks got it in their heads that Bridges and the UCA are the real baddies. Not that I'm saying we shouldn't keep on trying to speak sense to these guys. If we don't, we'll be stuck beating each other over the head with bigger and bigger sticks till the world's covered in craters. But on top of everything, now we've got these demons wackos and their wacko-in-chief Higgs to deal with. Not that he was always a total Fruit Loop. Used to be a porter, ran his own outfit hereabouts, and then the postmaster went postal. Don't ask me how or why, I don't think even he could tell you. End of the day, only way forward is with each other, hand in hand with our fellow man. That's what the UCA is all about, am I right? Well, that's true. Oh god, now it's the chiral artist. Dear Sam, did you meet up with Amelie yet? I hope she lives up to your memory of her when you finally do. I didn't get so lucky in that respect. I'm sorry, but I just couldn't live with him anymore. I went back to my mom's. It was terrifying making the trip on my own, but I watched the weather patterns for days and made it, just barely. Maybe I should have asked for help, but I couldn't bear to wait any longer. For your sake, I hope yours and Amelie's story has a happier ending. See, I played it on the PC, and I never had that issue at all, Spectre. And I'm not, by the way, I'm definitely not saying I'm a better gamer than you or anything like that. Not even close. No, I don't think you're washed at all, Spectre.
Got a present for you, Lisa. Oh, Cliff, you shouldn't have. What could it be? What could it be? Oh, look. It's a beanie. Love these. Oh, what about you, little one? Would you like me to open it? Oh, what do we have here? What do we have here? A spaceman. Gotta give my buddy his present too. Won't be needing this anymore. I'm done fighting. You're all that matters to me now, so I'm gonna stay right here with you. My friend will know what to do with this one. Well, Merry Christmas. Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas. Ho, 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 ho.
Oh, don't get me started. I swear to God, if you start putting in those mods. Don't, please, for the love of God, don't do that to yourself. Need to know how bad? I mean, literally just go on Nexus mods. There's literally things in there that if I even tried to show on stream, I would get immediately banned. It's really bad, isn't it? Like, really bad. Oh, no. These are worse. These are worse than Stellar Blade mods. Like, it's so fucking insane how bad it is for RE3. I'm on Skyrim, so that shit doesn't make me blink. Okay, but Aelin, think about it this way, right? Somebody, I'm not even kidding, somebody took the time to make a mod to make Jill naked. Now, that's nothing out of the ordinary for lonely fucking geeks who mod shit. But then took the extra time to allow you to bring up a menu before you start the game with the mod in it that chooses the type of or lack of pubic hair that Jill will have. And how fat she is, and how big her tits are, and whether she's completely covered in like 80 gallons of fucking rubbing oil. Oh, I've seen Pal World mods, absolutely. They're the same people who play RE3. 100% they are. There's a mod for Skyrim that if you die instead of going in death, you end up in a sex dungeon. Oh, yeah. I'm not surprised. But think about that. Like, how absolutely... Like, I'm not trying to yuck anybody's yum, but it's like, goddamn. Like, if it was a simple thing, right, it wouldn't be so bad. But we all know that making mods is not easy for games like that. Which means that somebody has to go out of their way and spend countless hours making mods so that they can then stare at Jill and get a hard-on for about 15-20 minutes to crank it because now she's got a landing strip instead of a full bush. Or she's completely bald. And then they'll just shut off the game. Why? Post-nut clarity. Until next time. Like, that, I'm not even kidding. That's what those mods are there for. So somebody spent hours upon hours upon hours upon hours upon hours doing all of that so somebody can crank it for a couple of minutes and then shut the game off. Like, it just absolutely... I am completely befuddled by how insane that is. That's character obsession, not game playing. Yeah. Or, another perfect example, Ashley in RE4. Literally Ashley in RE4 Remake. There is, and I think I showed it to a bunch of people. I can't bring it up right now, but there is a post where a guy is really pissed because they took out, and we know all the instances that they took out because he listed them to great detail all the times in the original RE4 that are no longer in RE4 Remake where you could see Ashley's panties. I'm not even fucking kidding you. The guy gave it a thumbs down on Steam and was so pissed off, he listed every single specific instance that even if it was for half a second, you could see Ashley's panties. So what did the modders do? Well, now you can make her naked. Or now you can put her in a skirt that is way too fucking short and you can see literally everything because she ain't got no panties. Like, it's that absolutely just, it's that disturbing. People who do shit like that, I guarantee, are the same kind of people that torture animals. Guaranteed. Somebody needs a life. Yeah, they really do. It was like, and at first when we read that Steam review, we were all sitting there just going, oh, haha, this guy's, you know, he's got to be trolling, right? As it went on, we sat there and went, oh no, he's serious. This is awful.
This one's for you.
Like, he's really serious. I can get that in some instances censorship can be as negative, but sometimes I see stuff like that and it just makes me question humanity. Oh, totally agreed. Totally agreed. And I think they've even, like, I don't know if the videos are still up, not that I'm gonna check, but shit used to pop up in my YouTube feed, especially when, like, RE3 and RE4 got popular again, right? Because of the remakes, where there would be a couple of people who would literally go out of their way to make YouTube videos to show off their new mod of Jill completely bald, and then they would go, then they'd make a second video with Jill that's got a landing strip, and then they'd make another video, and literally it's like just shot for shot exactly the same thing, and it'd be like 12 minutes long, right? And then it'd be full bush Jill, and then it'd be like triangle Jill, and that, like, it was really fucking weird. It was really weird. And then it'd be like oiled up Jill, and then it'd be Jill with like 38 H's, and then it'd be like Jill with 38 H's in a micro bikini oiled up, and it was so weird. So weird. I remember that post. The dude had some serious psychological issues. Yep. Yep. Oh, yeah, Mrs. Clean? Yeah, literally. There was one, and when I say bald, I'm not talking about her head, but there was also another one where Jill, head to toe, was completely hairless. And it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, it was like, my God, what is wrong with people? How is this out of range? What? Oh, shit. I see why it's out of range. That sucks. No, you're absolutely right. Some people really do not deserve internet privileges at all. Yeah, it's just it's one of those things that just like it really bugged me when I saw that shit, because it's like, I mean, hey, listen, don't get me wrong, I like naked women. There's nothing wrong with naked women, nothing wrong with naked anybody, but I'm also not going out of my way to spend countless fucking hours to sit there and be like, man, you know what? The character that these people made is so hot, I'm gonna come up with a mod that allows you to choose the pubic hairstyle. Honestly, that's totally fine too, Blue. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's just like, it's one of those things where, you know, you look at somebody who's making a mod like that and you're like, okay, this person clearly has some issues. And they should probably seek some serious psychological help. Oh, come on. And of course, first mod is Carlos and his birthday, so of course it is. And again, if that's all it was, I'd probably go, okay, well, whatever, it's not for me. But, like, some of these people are, like, really fucked in the head. And let me guess. Chances are, there's a mod where Carlos got a fucking goddamn howitzer of a dong, right? Guaranteed. Oh, I think I might be stuck. There we go. The massive dong is on G. Yeah, see? It's just like, it doesn't get any better. Oh, I know the site that you're talking about, but I just... And I'm not saying it doesn't take a lot of work to create certain things, like whether it be done through Photoshop or whether it be done with a pen and pencil or through pen or whatever, right? But I can also tell you, knowing how Photoshop and how modding works, that typically modding takes a lot longer. See, so why couldn't I do it down there? That's so weird. Yeah, but it doesn't need to be upgraded. They're both the same level. All right, are we ready for more heavy as fuck stuff coming up?
Hey, Sam. Thanks for coming back. Got something for you. These are your new cufflinks. They still work as a terminal, but I've added a weapon function. I was able to redesign everything from the ground up after the last connection.
And they're weapons too now.
That's right. Cord cutters. I should explain. BTs are connected to the other side via umbilical cords, right? When those cords bring the matter of our world into contact with the antimatter of theirs, boom. Void out. But, just as Deadman theorized, your blood does have unique properties. It can be used to cut a BT's cord. So, I've added that function. Cut the cord of the BT, and it returns to the world of the dead. No BT, no void out. Win-win.
These things can cut them loose.
If you can get close enough without them noticing, yes.
Cord snipping, super handcuffs.
Right. Let's try them out. Cut the cord connecting us. She's sound asleep. I made sure she got plenty of milk. Just do it. Please, Sam. Set us free. This world was never hers, but all the same, I didn't want her to leave it. Even though she's already lost. Truth is, she's not really my daughter.
The attack and everything, that was all a lie?
No, that part was true. My ovaries can't produce eggs, and Lochna has trouble with her uterus. Long story short, neither of us can have children. I was alright with it. I mean, children, who needs them, I thought. But my sister thought differently. Lochna wanted a child, someone to carry her genes. She fell in love with another member of Bridges, but he died in an accident. She was devastated, of course, as was I. Back then, strong emotions like that, I could feel hers, and she could feel mine. When I sensed her desire to join him, to end it, I went to her and said, let's have a baby. We took one of Lochna's eggs and fertilized it with his frozen sperm. And I carried it to term. A healthy baby grew inside of me. But then there was the attack. And our bond was severed. I wanted to tell her, but I was bound to the child. I couldn't just abandon her. But I was wrong. Lochna needs to know. You have to break some ties to forge others. Can't be tied to everything. If we're going to reconnect the world, I need to reconnect with my sister first. So please, Sam. Do it. Sam. Take me home to Lochna. Sam, would you sit me up? I haven't been outside in a long time. It's just too much to take in all at once.
You sure? Thought you might be claustrophobic after your time in the rubble.
I'll be fine, so long as I can see out of the bag. The warmth of the light, the touch of the wind, the scent of the world. Lucky you. The two of you are still connected. Okay, Sam. Let's go.
Fair warning, it's not over yet. I got to fabricate, I think. PCC level 2. If I can get away with 2, I'd like to do that. Well, hang on. And then I already have 2 ladders, so that's fine. Yes, that's her. This is the one, Sophia. Okay, so I got the PCCs. This I can dump. Yeah, so, okay, to lighten it a little bit, I tried to cross that river, but I tried to cross it upstream before the waterfall, and I didn't make it. So then Mama went over the waterfall, and I had to restart the area because, you know, Sam's a repatriate, so he made it back to his soul, and they brought him back to just before Mama goes over the waterfall. So literally Sam comes back and Mama's not on his back anymore, and I go, "Where's Mama?" as we're watching her go over the waterfall.
I had a special surprise prepped and everything. But it looks to me like your hands are full. It's no biggie. We can always tweak the rules a bit.
You ready, Sam? It's coming.
He looks hungry. All you gotta do to make it out alive is not get eaten. Sound like fun? Of course it does.
Run, Sam, run!
And we're good.
You're out of the BT area.
Okay, so I gotta make it back over there. Gotcha. Yes. Okay, you needed that. Also, really good question, by the way, Aelin. Why does he have Amelie's Kipu? That is a really good question. Where's my camera? I might not be fully dressed. Yes, I'm absolutely 1,000,000% missing my socks. Absolutely, you nailed it. Listen, it's muggy, okay? I'm sorry. It's really muggy and sticky because it's supposed to be thunderstorms all day here tomorrow. All right?
You can do it.
I love timefall shelters. Such a lifesaver.
Rain stopped. All right, let's get this done.
There. Ow. Oops. Oh, nice. Hell yeah.
I'm going, Sam.
Got more likes than you? Really? Scrape Spec was it? Don't Scrape Spec was here on my bike. That's just mean. What's the fucking name of that, what's the name of that book? I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Hey, you okay?
Sophia, help me out here. What's the name of that book that the guy who shot John Lennon really loved?
You can do it.
Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. No, not Catch-22.
Construction complete.
Catcher in the Rye. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I was trying to remember because I don't want Spectre to go Catcher in the Rye. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't do that to anybody else. Because in Catcher in the Rye, the saying is that if you go to a place, chances are somebody's already been there and written "fuck you." And I mean, to be fair, they ain't wrong. Oh, so it's for other people and the journey back?
All right.
If I have to go back there?
It's done.
Because I can connect to the other zip lines. So you see how, like, there's zip lines over there? So what I can do is I can bring out another one. And so long as they're close enough, so I got a blue line, and I can pull it back. And I can keep going until I reach that 300-meter limit. Right there. Now, when it's Spectre's turn, if Spectre can see my bike, he'll also be able to probably see all those zip lines that I've made. So now he doesn't have to go through the same horse shit that I did. Also, I know that says EX grenade, but it's an S class, or it's an S ranked item, so it says sex grenade. I don't think that one was very well thought out.
Okay.
No, look what it says, Spectre. It says EX grenade number 0, but it's an S-ranked item. So it says that it's a sex grenade. I don't know how a sex grenade works. I don't know if I want to.
Sorry, I'll try to make it
Strong, Sam.
Sex grenade. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about a sex grenade. That's a weird one to me. Oh, God, I wanted to say this. So I found out, and this is a completely different topic, but don't worry about how my mind works. Anyway, I found this out the other day. Okay? Scarlett O'Hara died. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, apparently it was, if I remember correctly, sex, cooking, sex, gaming, sex, music, sex, must sleep. I mean, kind of. It was more along the lines of... Wait, never mind. Anyway, but no, apparently, so if I remember correctly, the fire department ended up getting a call saying that she was having trouble breathing. And they took her to the emergency room, and she never made it, but it was a pulmonary embolism caused by colon cancer that she never knew she had. And I want to say she was like 71?
The hospital I was staying at was crushed by a bridge. Still have nightmares about it. Still hear the crack before it all came tumbling down. I've been scared to death of bridges ever since. And, yeah. I know how that must sound considering our employer. I'm scared of the dark, too. Don't sleep anymore. Can't.
Oh, here we go. She's not going to stop talking. She's just going to keep doing this the whole trip. What did you do to my bike? Do I really want to know what you did to my bike? I can't check Discord really quick with this game. Nor do I think I'd want to.
at it.
Jack Sparrow? Nice. Hell yeah, dude. Is it hooked up to anything? No. Not hooked up to anything up there. Which sucks a fat, high, hard one. Spectre, this is why you can't have nice things. I'm just throwing that one out there for you.
Hey, you okay?
I
Wrong, Sam.
haven't even looked at it. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't even looked at it, but I know it's toast.
Hold on, Sam.
Mr. Oh my god, don't forget a ladder. You're gonna need like 2 PCCs. You're gonna need all these fucking things and like all this shit. And what you didn't have 2 minutes with that bike. Like, no, you're gonna do this, you're gonna do... Okay, even though I've played this game, this is my 4th time playing, but I understand, you know, safety for... You didn't last 2 minutes on that bike. You not even remotely. Like, what am I supposed to think? just how? Like Like what's gonna happen next? Are you gonna just like? Are you just gonna play this new game called Nut Kick, where you just walk up to porters and kick them in the balls? Is that what's gonna happen? Like I can see it now. He's just gonna be like, he's gonna see porters like walking right by my fucking zip line, right? He's gonna see him just walking right next to my zip line. He's gonna run them over with the truck so that they've got broken legs, so that he can just turn around and light the zip line on fire. And he's gonna carry around a black top hat. So this poor fucker who's suffering...
Emotional damage.
This poor fucker who's suffering with broken legs, watching his only way of traversing easily, especially now that he has broken legs, gets to watch him as he pulls a rabbit off the... He literally pulls a rabbit out of the top hat and then rips the fucking skin off of it and just throws it at him and says, "Take this, fucker." It's just like... How in the hell...
Forget about your cord cutters.
Cord cutters, got it. When near a BT, square to cut the umbilical cord. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. I know. Problem is, I gotta find the cord. Okay, that's one BT down. Starts getting so descriptive. It's just like, what the fuck? The Spectre's over. Oh, I did something. It's like, I don't even need to look. All you said, I didn't know there was a ravine. Okay, so now it's on its side, on fire. Oh, it's sitting up on fire. Oh, excuse me.
Clear.
Okay, also, there's a tiny little detail.
Hey, Sam. Do you remember your own birth? I remember being inside the loop. I wasn't alone. I could hear my mother's heartbeat. Hers. And Lochner's. They were conjoined twins. One and the same before we were born. But then they tried to separate us with surgery. The operation was successful. We were still one. We knew each other's thoughts without saying a word. My joy to her joy. Her pain was my pain. And no distance was too great for us to overcome. Some might call it a kind of telepathy. Divided in body, joined in spirit. We had each just for us. One we shared. Our own private chiral network, you might say. With Cupids, we can build one that will let everyone share what Lochner and I have. I saw it all laid out before me after I signed up for Bridges. A network that could unite everyone, no matter how scattered or different. It could make us whole.
Okay. Just for no reason. Notice how she's talking a little bit quieter than she was before.
It wouldn't be about bringing people into line. It would be about bringing them into the fold, where they would share alike. I knew it could change the world. Amelie's help, we finalized the Cupid. But after the attack and the birth, everything changed. For the first time in my life, Lochner wasn't there. But I'm not alone anymore. I can feel her again. She's close. Thank you, Sam. I feel whole again. You and me, sis. Me and you. I'm sorry, Lochner.
Are you guys ready for even more heavy shit? Just wondering for no particular reason.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Oh, the waterfall's way back there. Why do you think I used the zip lines? For no particular reason, she was talking more softly. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Lincoln, no. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I love you so much. I love you so much. It's good to hear your voice again. I shouldn't have kept you in the dark. Tried to save her. I couldn't. You don't have to say it anymore. Lochner, you need to fix his Cupid. I couldn't save our child, but you can save our world. Only you. I love you. You hear me? Forever. And always. Now, make the world whole, okay? Just like you make me. all that she went through. I had no idea. I thought she'd severed our bond on purpose, that she stole our child and ran. I fixed your Cupid like she asked. The limiter should be functioning properly now. There is one thing. Before I sat down to work, I took a long, hard look at the code. I'm pretty sure someone's tweaked it. Either that, or my memory's going to pieces.
Someone rewrote your code?
Rewrote might be overstating it. Let's just say it wasn't the latest version I released. And yet, because of it, I was finally reunited with Malingan. Could be we found our culprit already. She died beneath the rubble, with our child still inside her. Her Ka passed over to the other side, but her Ha remained, bound to our dead daughter. She knew all of this, of course. That's why she kept one cuff loose. Didn't want anyone seeing her vitals. Shame she couldn't use her favorite invention. She did all that to keep me and our daughter safe.
Okay. So, this takes a little bit of explaining. We know that Mama was pregnant, and obviously it was with their baby, right? And she got caught. She went into the hospital to have a C-section done, and the terrorists attacked, and she got caught in the rubble in the hospital. She died, but so did her baby. So when her soul left her body, all that was left was her baby's soul. Her baby's BT. So the one thing that was actually keeping her body going was the baby. And when we cut the umbilical cord, she started to die. Her body started to die.
Sis? I can hear you. We're whole again. We're one. Like before in the womb, remember? Malingan. Lochna.
Well done, Sam. Thanks to you, Edgenut City is finally within reach. And you, Lochna, your work will help ensure that the chiral network remains online. Together, we might just make it all the way west. Now then, Sam, there's something else you ought to know. We've been studying the data from when you claim you encountered those soldiers. We had audio which doesn't paint a complete picture on its own, but the languages, the names, and terms we picked out, the munitions we could identify, everything seems to indicate that you were on a battlefield over 100 years ago. World War I, to be precise. It wasn't a dream. Wasn't a hallucination. Maybe you were spirited away to another dimension or something. Given the time discrepancies, maybe you were sent to a beach. Can't say anything for certain. That said, I've never heard of a beach turned into a battlefield. But beaches are shaped by the will of the people who inhabit them. Perhaps Hartman can offer a more rational explanation. Beaches are his specialty. Unfortunately, he's still outside the chiral network. Anyway, get some rest. No use dwelling on questions we can't answer yet.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Okay. More mail? Maybe? There we go. How's it going, Sam? You still taking care of your BB? I'm sure you are. Not like some porters I could mention. Some guys practically shake their pods till their BBs start crying. Some of them even ditch them when the crying ones become too much. Of course, a quiet BB isn't necessarily a good thing. Could mean the kid's suffering from autotoxemia. Man, the thought alone stresses me out. It happened to me once, you see. I was out in BT territory, and I couldn't make it back to a private room in time. I could tell my BB needed time in an incubator, but I was too late. Autotoxemia is a terrible thing, Sam. He was just floating there in his pod, wouldn't react no matter what I did. BBs can't detect BTs in that state either, obviously. So even the most stone-cold porter would be sweating bullets. Truth be told, though, I was more worried about my BB than I was about myself. Screw the PR bullshit. They're not just equipment. I don't go saying that just to anyone, but I know you feel the same. If you ask me, a BB's no different from any other baby. Treat them with love and affection, and they'll react to you, same way they'd react to a parent. Sorry, I know I'm getting emotional, but can you do me a favor? Try to make sure your BB never suffers from autotoxemia, okay? And if they do, take care of them and do whatever you can to make them feel better. Mountain Knot City's now part of the UCA. Lochner explained about how it was all a big misunderstanding. What a relief. The tar's all gone too, thanks to that bomb. This is going to sound weird, but you know the Odra deck on Mama's left shoulder? Didn't used to think much of it, but someone told me it was a symbol of her atonement. She did betray Lochner after all, even if terrorism might have been to blame. Couldn't help but think of herself as a fallen angel after that, forever barred from joining Lochner in heaven. Oops. There we go. Like, that one. The one-winged fella I'm not even going to try and pronounce it. The one-winged fella who followed Beelzebub down to Egypt once upon a time to cause trouble for Moses. Guess Mama was feeling poetic when she redesigned her Odra deck and used it to comfort her dead child. Strange maybe, though I suppose she was already dead herself. Looks like all that's in the past now, though. The misunderstanding's been resolved and the sisters are whole again thanks to you, Sam. Mama finally worked up the courage to cut the cord and send her baby on to the other side where it belongs. It was the right thing to do for the kid. So the two are one, and the fallen angel got a second chance. Just as well, because no one's ever really beyond redemption, I'd like to think. And then there's Jackie. You're not going to believe this, Sam, but that porter I hired, smartass Choom found 2 chips. But by the time I nailed down the location of the second, it had been snatched by terrorists. Should have figured it out sooner. Thought I'd mastered your systems, you know? Took my eye off the ball for a second. Fuck. Probably brought the chip back to base already, too. You gotta get it back, Sam. These chips are my only chance. Get your ass to the distro center north of Mountain Knot City to grab that order. It is daylight savings today. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. But it's fine. It's okay. I know it's 1:30, technically speaking, I think. Either that or as soon as it turns 1, it actually turns 2. It happens. I'm still going for another 25 minutes. The Terrorist View of Bridges. 3 years ago by Di Hardman. The first expedition set off without any problems. Both the advance party and the rear guard are en route to the west coast as we speak. They haven't reported any trouble with terrorists and the like yet, but the further out they get, the greater the danger. There's a hell of a lot of separatists out there who want nothing to do with the UCA. Some more extreme than others, perhaps, but there's no denying where they stand. Seems like just yesterday it was only ideological differences, strongly held opinions at worst. But then Chiralium started messing with people's heads, turning extremists into demons, mules into gestalt, and debate into violence. And now we're headed west into their territory. Invaders coming for their freedom. They're waiting for us, minds made up and guns in hand. Amelie and the others aren't looking for a fight. She's going to try to talk sense to people, convince them to join us. If all the cities sign on, our nation could rise again. No one wants to take anything from these people, only give them back what was lost. If they could only truly understand that. This winter was really short? Yeah. 3 years ago, from Hartman, BTs and Void Outs. The following conclusions are largely derived from a handful of eyewitness accounts. While I would advise anyone to take them with a grain of salt, I still believe they are worth sharing. BTs pursue their prey through a multi-step process. In the first, they begin searching for a target. The handprints left behind is evidence of this behavior. Upon detection, one or more BTs will attempt to seize their target and drag it towards a much larger entity. To clarify, however, a void out does not occur at the point of contact between the giant and the human, but only once the human has been subsumed into the giant's body. We think this may be because this is the only place where antimatter is present within the entity. It goes without saying the BTs are entirely different from any creature that is of this world, and we have much to learn about them still. One thing is for certain, however, we must come to understand them, else we may never overcome the existential threat that they pose. Oh boy, here we go. I believe this is the last, real big thing for Mama and Lochna. Lochna and Malingen, 3 years ago. You know what we used to dream about? Seeing what's beyond those clouds up there. We spent our whole lives beneath a Chiralium sky. It's all we've ever known, but we also know that the world used to be so much bigger. Our parents told us. They were researchers who worked for NASA, though these days most people wouldn't know what that means. It went up in smoke around the same time America did, and all our parents' work went with it. But we still have our dreams. The one thing our parents gave us that can never be taken away. Malingen and I were named after a pair of craters left by meteors which struck the Earth 450 million years ago. Those craters are proof that this planet is part of something bigger, that we exist within a vast interconnected universe. Our names serve as a reminder of this fundamental truth. Symbols of our parents' hope that our isolation is only temporary. That's why we joined Bridges too. To bring people of this country together again, and to one day reunite this planet with the greater universe that surrounds it. So... questions? What did you think? Any questions that need to be answered? We got 20 minutes, so I might as well just hang out for 20 minutes and if there's anything that needs explaining, I can do it, only because it's going to take, the next portion is going to take a bit. So yeah, so they were conjoined twins at birth. They had surgery. The surgery itself was successful, but Mama had a problem with her eggs and Lochna had a problem with her uterus. So neither one of them could give birth. And then Lochna met someone. She fell in love and he died. And then Lochna wanted to end it to join him. But because of the bond that Lochna and Malingen shared, Malingen knew that she was hurting as bad as she was. So she went to Lochna and said, let's make a baby. One of Lochna's eggs was fertilized with the guy's sperm that she loved. And then Malingen carried it to term. But then the terrorists attacked. She got trapped in the rubble. And her soul left her body. But there was a soul still left. And unfortunately, the soul was her baby, but it was a BT. So when the cord was cut, not only did we send her baby off to the other side, which, by the way, I don't know if you saw, but when the cord was cut, the baby went up into the sky, and you could see somebody who looked very similar to Malingen in a hospital gown going to cradle her baby. So her soul and her baby's soul were finally at peace. And then once we did that, the body started to die because there was no soul. Thought that was the twin? No. Nope. That was Mama. So what exactly is a BT? I never understood that. Okay, so there's a couple of things going on. So BTs, and they haven't really explained a whole lot of it yet, but BTs are essentially called beached things. That's what BT stands for. But they come from the world of the dead. They are people's souls that are trying to reconnect with their bodies. Problem is that once the soul leaves the body, it's never meant to return unless you're a repatriate like Sam, who is essentially immortal, right? Because if that happens, then antimatter, which is what they are, collides with matter, which is what our bodies are, and you get a really big boom. The other problem with this, too, is that they are trying to latch on to literally anything and everything that they can, because God knows where their bodies actually are. They could have been incinerated, they could have been crushed, whatever, but they're still clinging on and trying to grasp and grab onto whomever. So now it has to force another soul out of somebody else's body to take over, but it can't because, again, really big boom. But this is where the Jungian stuff comes in again. We have the world of the living. The BTs come from what everybody's saying is the world of the dead. Great. So you have the collective conscious and you have the collective unconscious. The beach is where both can cross over The seam is what's at the end of the beach. And it's like the crossing point. So it's taking Carl Jung's theory of the collective conscious and the collective unconscious and turning it into the world of the living and the world of the dead, which theoretically stands to reason that it could very well be possible, right? If you have a bunch of people who create a collective conscious and their world and their worldviews and everything and how they interact and what they invent and how they feel, think, hear, and understand all help create a reality for everybody, why can't the same happen on the other side? So that's essentially what a BT is. It's, for all intents and purposes in this game, it is a soul. It is someone's soul. But remember how I said, I want to say it was like second stream or whatever, we had the giant squid, we had the dolphin, we've seen a couple whales, yada, yada, yada. All of those things are sapient creatures. Not sentient. Sentient is a completely different thing, but sapient creatures, which means that they are intelligent enough to actually be able to ponder if there is life after death. And to be aware of their own mortality. Which is why we're able to see, like, when Higgs pulled out the squid, we're able, like, the squid is there, right? But it's not the actual squid itself, it's the soul of the squid. Because squids are sapient. I still have no clue what this game is about. It's about bringing people together. It's about bringing people together at the end of the world, basically. I thought we were going to take her to die and then incinerate. Oh, yeah. No. So, thankfully, we didn't have to do that, but that's also because she didn't have a soul that needed to escape, right? So, that was pretty much it. And all the void outs happened at the same time. So when everything kind of went off, and when a person's soul leaves their body, right, that's when shit typically goes pretty bad. But we didn't have to worry about that because she was in this really, really weird position. She doesn't have a soul because it left her body. But she also wasn't going to explode because her baby's soul was still connected to her. But it's external. So again, when we cut the cord, baby goes off with mama's soul, and the body's just left to die. And then we don't have to worry about them going kablooey. Also, Medicine, I've played, this is my 4th time playing it on stream, right? Best way that I can describe it, like I said, bringing people together at the end of the world, but if you really want to get a little bit more technical, it's how we view life. This is awfully deep for this time of night. It's how we view life. And what we do with the time that we have. And how we interact with everybody around us with that time that we have. this is seriously, this is one of those games where, like, I told you guys, Kojima really went and outdid himself. Right? This is not Metal Gear Solid 2 where everybody goes, "Oh, Kojima's so prophetic and this and the other thing, because all this shit." Listen, anybody can really, like, if they really put their mind to it, I guarantee you they can pretty much sit there and go, "I know what's going to happen in about 20 years." Like, if you sit down and you research and you do all this shit, I guarantee any of us, if you put as much research into it as Kojima does for his shit, would be able to sit there and do the same thing that he did during Metal Gear Solid 2 and be able to go, here's a future that's most likely going to happen, and then guess what? It happens. For the most part. Right? We can do that. This is Jungian theory. This is Freudian theory. This is nature versus nurture. This is the collective conscious versus the collective unconscious. This is heavy, heavy stuff. But that's also why I'm playing this, because my biggest fear was, and I want to say it was kind of unsubstantiated, but my biggest fear was that if I played this right before Death Stranding 2 comes out, we'd all get burnt out on it, right? But then I sat there and I thought, when I showed Cap the music video for Death Stranding 2, I've been watching this one video that I think is really, really decent for a couple of days at that point. But there was still a lot that was missing, and I thought to myself while we were watching the music video that if I try and explain everything that's going on in this game to you guys off of video while trying to fill in the gaps, your brains will just literally fall out your ass. There's no better way to describe what would happen. You'd all be brain dead, brain fried, and that would be basically it. You'd have even less of a clue because I'm just throwing words at you. Right? My brains aren't in my ass. Well, no, but that's what I mean. If I literally sat down with a video and tried to fill in the gaps of the video of the stuff they don't cover, and there is no frame of reference because A, it's been too long since I played this, and B, some others haven't actually seen this game be played yet, your brains would leave your head, go down through your stomach, and come right out your ass. Because it would just be a complete overload, and yeah, it'd just be awful. So best way to do this, to explain what's going on, is actually play the game. And explain as we go. So we got any other questions? This just hits hard. It does. It hits really hard. Think we should go raid Tilted or Dawn? I think that's a great idea. Absolutely. And as soon as I quit out of this game, I totally will. For sure. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things that I hate. I can't stand, and I know people say it to try and, like, get under my skin because they want me to go and ramble for a while. But one of the biggest things that people say, and it's because they don't understand it or because they don't care to understand it, is, oh, this is just a walking simulator, or, oh, this is Amazon Prime the game, or this is, FedEx Simulator, or something like that. And yes, 99% of what we're doing in the game mechanically is that. But if you break everything down and you look at the story, you know what I mean? Dawn coming in with a raid. Well, I guess I know who we're not raiding.
What the fuck are you doing?
Don, how you doing, buddy? Thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Don, please? I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Sophia. How are you liking Resident Evil Requiem, Don? Love it? Nice. So yeah, this is a very complex game. Finish your second run just now. Speed run. Hell yeah, dude. So yeah, it's a very complex game. It's about bringing people together. It's about how we view life and how we view death. It's about a lot of things. And it's not an easy game to figure out. It really is not an easy game to figure out at all. This is some heavy shit. This is some really heavy shit. And just so you're caught up, Don, we literally just got to the point, or we literally just finished the story arc for Malingen and Lochna. Man is literally going through it all, and he just gets by doing the work. Yeah, absolutely. Right? Or even the thing that people keep telling him, sometimes you just got to keep on keeping on. I mean, that's a huge thing in and of itself, right? How many times have people said something similar to you, you know? We got to do what we got to do, or we got to keep on keeping on, or sometimes we got to just keep our head up. Sometimes we take things one step at a time. That's what it means. I mean, this is all heavy, heavy, deep shit. This is all really heavy shit on top of some really sad fucking stories. And we're not even done with the sad stories. We still have to... I mean, we haven't met Hartman yet. We don't know what's going on with Mads Mikkelsen. We don't know what's going on with BB. We don't know what's going on with Deadman. Like, we don't know any of that so far in terms of where we are yet. There's a lot of shit that's going to come up. And it's going to be heavy. So, I mean, yeah, like, come Monday... Make sure to wear your boots and bring your floaties, because you're gonna need it. There we go. Because shit's gonna get real heavy and real deep. And also make sure to stretch, because you don't want to lift with your back. Trust me on that one. So, let me bring up a thing here. Ooh. Okay. So, we're going to go from one heavy game to another heavy game. And Don, I want to thank you so much for the raid, buddy. I really, really appreciate it, and I'm glad that you're enjoying the hell out of Resident Evil Requiem. I enjoyed the hell out of it, by the way. I really, really did. I thought it was fantastic. I really did. It's easily in my top 5 for Resident Evils. But what we are going to do now is we're actually going to go, and I'm going to ask you guys to come with me, and we can raid Tilted Sun. Tilted is a fantastic bean. We love and adore Tilted. They are absolutely amazing. And, yeah, Tilted is also playing Resident Evil Requiem. Imagine that. So, we're going to go say hi. Please join me in doing so. I would really, really appreciate it. And I will be back on Monday, where we will be picking more of this up. So remember, get your stretches in, do your workouts, don't skip leg day tomorrow. Grab a coat and grab some boots, because shit's going to get real heavy and deep. And I want to thank everybody for being here. Dawn, thank you for the raid. Sophia, thank you for the bits. And we had Dawn, we had Sophia, we had Aelin, we had Bloop, we had Medicine, we had Spectre. We had a lot of awesome people tonight. We had Sober, can't forget Sober. We had Fafo, a lot of great people. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you all for your kindness and for your generosity. I really, really appreciate it. Let's go over and show some love to Tilted. And I am taking today off, but until I see you all then, have yourselves a great day, great night, and great rest of your weekend, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the number one golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing all of you on Monday. Thank you so much, everybody. Have yourselves a great weekend, great rest of the weekend. And, yeah, I'll be on Discord if you guys need me. Have a good one. Let's go say hi to Tilted. I'll send us over there. Thanks so much. Bye, guys.